Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back to another stream. Today we have something very special. I'm very excited actually to get in the Boeing 747-400, one of the biggest aircraft ever made available in the commercial aviation world. We're going to be doing a route from Echo Golf Lima Lima, London Heathrow Airport, all the way to International Airport in Dubai. So it's going to be a very, very long flight. I have rescheduled this to today because it's going to take a while, so I thought I'd start a little bit earlier. So about 6 hours after our original estimation of about 10, which was completely wrong. So 6 hours is probably more realistic. I think if we get started now, we can get it done by 5 o'clock at least. So it's going to be a long flight. I won't be in the stream the entire time. But yeah, I'm really glad to have this aircraft. This is one of the only aircraft available for X-Plane 12, which is of high quality, which is free, which is very hard to say because there's a lot of free planes available, but not many of them are, you know, there's a lot of ones that aren't very good. But this is very good. This is high quality. This is free. This is everything you could want from a plane. It's a Boeing 747-400, and it's made or detailed or whatever you want to call it by somebody called Sparky. So it's called Sparky's mod Boeing 747-400. You can get that on the X-Plane forum site, I believe. I will add a link onto the next flight I do in this aircraft, but today we're going in the Boeing British Airways version. So I just want to show you around the outside because this thing is absolutely huge. I thought the scale on the flight sims was not quite up to par, but actually when you get in the 747 you can see just how big the aircraft is, because when you taxi along the taxiways, when you taxi past other airplanes, it really looks like a giant in comparison. So just pan round very slowly. Actually, let's change to this view. This is a bit more interesting. Now we are at Heathrow. We've already got two very cool jetways connected. Now this is the first time I've ever seen two jetways connected to an aircraft on a sim. Well, that's very cool. So we've got two there connected. You've got the cockpit with the pilots in. Now the cockpit itself is very impressive. The exterior doesn't look too impressive. The actual livery itself is a bit blurry. Might not be in high definition graphics. So yeah, and you can't see through the windows. I think this might just be the livery from the default BA 747 off of X-Plane 12. In terms of like other liveries, I downloaded another one from a website, again free, and it was high quality. So yeah, it's just up to you what you use. If you want to use these that come with the actual aircraft, and it comes with quite a few, it comes with something like 10 or 12 liveries. But everything else about the plane is high quality. The detail of the undercarriage is high quality. The engines, I mean, look at that. You'll see in flight as well just how magnificent this looks. The engine, yeah, very high quality. It's spool in there. You can see the light. You can see the reflections. You can hear the sound very well. It has a nice loud sound in this one. It's the cockpit's loud as well. And then underneath, got that rust and dirt for the engine usage. And we've come back a bit. Obviously, it's very shiny and very new looking. But actually, this is one of the very worn aircraft. You can even tell by the way it looks inside the flight deck. So yeah, there's all that staining. Now if we zoom out, you can't quite see it. When the flaps do extend, there will be a lot of markings, and obviously the tail, then the rudder. One of the biggest planes in the world, and it's absolutely fantastic. Let's just zoom in to one of these engines here, so you can see the back of it. So there's the fans at the front there spinning, and then the exhaust at the back. Now the APU on this thing is absolutely huge. It's massive. It's compared to a 737. Look at that. That thing could power up an entire city. Good goodness. Yeah, so we're parked here at stand or jetway stand, whatever you call it, in Heathrow, number 244. I've even got that written down in my book. So we're at 244, not 244 right today. That's handy. I think we were parked slightly different when I spawned in last time. Yeah, we were parked in that spot next to us. It looks like it's been taken up by too small of an aircraft, but In fact, just to compare it, I know this is a fairly small plane anyway, but you can really see that difference. Or maybe you can't. I can really see it anyway between the wingspan. I mean, the wingspan itself, if you look at it, that's got to be over 250 feet long. Easily. And then the body itself, more. So what we're going to do, we're going to hop into the cockpit. BA doesn't really have anything special, but there was a livery I had extra downloaded, which had like a custom interior, custom TVs, etc. So let's go ahead and hop in. I'll give you a quick tour because we've got a long flight ahead, so we might as well just take our time. The cockpits are very impressive. It's kind of high quality, and the level of aging and wear and tear on it is also very good. So you can see these markings and general stains and darkness. That's very, very good. It obviously shows the aircraft's not brand new. It's been used for many years, which is true. The 747's decades old now. They should be old and rusty. And of course, down here some markings, and even the throttle quadrant has some very cool decay on it as well. So the seating took my eye initially. Air distance, it actually looks pretty good. So I'm going to change to my custom view. So we have a custom view here. Now the cockpit it kind of looks a bit bad when you get a bit further back. I'm not going to lie, it does look, but it still looks very good for a free aircraft. Of course, the cockpit door into the cabin. So yeah, if you're looking forward, like from the seats here onwards, it looks like a normal X-Plane 12 aircraft, if I'm honest. High quality buttons, everything is interactive on this upper panel, well most of them except one or two switches, and then everything down here. So it's really on par with the Zebo mod. I'd say Zebo 737. We go into the cabin. Not the most impressive cabin. It looks quite poor, but you got the seats, you got the seat belts, you got a toilet, you got like a seating place there for the ladies or the gentlemen who work on the aircraft. And then of course the stairs are at the back, so you can see exit there. We go down and it will in fact take us, but I'm going to save some time by just teleporting through the floor. You can't do it, so that's pretty cool. So on the outside you can't see in, but you can see out, so they're taking time to do that. And since we can't go to the floor, I'm going to walk down the stairs like a normal human. So you can see the actual interior itself has all been put in with the seats. Again, not custom, there's no BA logos. You can download liveries that are customized. Instead we got like a generic Lufthansa by the look of it. Probably for the cargo version or the passenger version, since they're the main operator of the aircraft. Toilets, just to show you. We do have a toilet which we can go in, there's no need for us to. And we go back into the cockpit. When we start loading the aircraft, let's switch the battery on, you'll hear a series of announcements and music from the cabin crew, which is absolutely fantastic. So let's get the battery on, let's get that APU powered up. We are connected to the VATSIM network, which means we're going to have an ATC available for departure. Can't guarantee ATC arrival, but we definitely have it going out. So we have an ATIS, we have a ground, negative, we don't have a ground, we have an approach, and that's it. We only have an ATIS and an approach, so we'll be calling approach for a clearance, and we'll probably be calling them for takeoff clearance and taxi as well. So they're currently standing at 128. Decimal 080. So flight plan is downloaded. Since the FMC is fully functional, we can use it to call things like ground crew, remove wheel chocks. If you didn't notice, we do have wheel chocks in place, and of course to load up the passengers with a total of 367, mind you. So the APU takes a while, you'll notice. Make sure you turn the bus ties on so you can get that power in. There's the APU. Let's get a few things switched on. So I've gone for the startup procedure on this myself, and it's fairly intuitive if you know how to do a 737. So we do the nav lights. So if you know the 737, same process, so batteries and IPUs, then you'll be doing the hydraulics, air conditioning, and then you'll be doing the engines and fuel and the flight plan, and then eventually the engine start. something like that. So we'll get the automatic power on. We'll just check the systems. Yeah, so all systems are go. We are going to quickly call ground handling just to show you the functionality of the FMC. It's very, very good. Request ground services. So it should now connect them. And we're going to do packs and cargo. We're going to enter the cargo. Negative, we're not going to enter it. We're going to open the doors so they can get into the aircraft. Then we're going to enter the passenger numbers. So in terms of guessing how many people go into which compartment, I'm not really sure. Just says 367 on flight sim brief with 9,084 kg of cargo. Let's just divide that into 3,000. So we'll put 3,000 into each section, and we'll do. We could just go full actually. Let's just go full, or nearly full, on all the passengers. So first and business are full up, and then economy. Let's just knock it down a little bit. Perhaps do 55, and then 88, and then 122. So you can see that it's done the weight and things. The aircraft shakes a little bit when the aircraft heavies up, increases its payload. And now we want fuel, so I haven't tried refueling from this position. I'm assuming that you can't, because there's only one option there for ground services or packs. So it's saying add, oh, it does say add fuel, my mistake. So we want 70,000 kg, that is unbelievable. Like 7, 1, 2, 3. That is absolutely unbelievable. Just check the iOS, because I am gobsmacked that we're going to be able to take off with this weight. Don't worry about that, that's because the hydraulics aren't switched on, so it will say it's failed. Looking at the map though, at Heathrow we are cutting for our work here on the call. Departing from 27 left, we should have a deck to Gulf departure. And we need to get the local QNH of the I-80s information. So yeah, let's just give that a second and go down to the weight and balance. So it's given us 53,000 kg of payload. I'm going to cross-reference it with SimBrief. So SimBrief has given us 38,000 kg. So the aircraft is actually considerably over what it was supposed to be. I think we're still within range of our target. It's a little bit of a pain though if it doesn't work immediately. And there's 70 kg. Alright, we've got about 86,000, so let's reduce that. Okay, let's reduce it to there. So the centre is completely empty now, so that's a little bit easier to use the iOS than the thing. If we go outside, you see the ground services connecting, and you know we can open the door for them if we choose to. Let's go back. Let's go ground handling, door handle, whatever you want. Oh, inoperative, my mistake. So in the meantime, we're going to tune the ATIS. Let's listen to the information while we start up the aircraft. So 128 080, fully functional radios. And the ILS on this one is a bit complicated. And the aircraft itself does have a few quirks.
Clearance available. Surface wind 240 degrees 14 knots. Visibility 10 meters or more. Clouds broken at 1,700 plus 16. Dew point plus 11. QNH 1006 hectopascals. Acknowledge receipt of information Oscar and advise aircraft type and series on first contact with Heathrow.
Okay, Oscar. That's interesting. I had that call sign for a while.
Heathrow Airport information Oscar at time 0850 Zulu. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 right. Departure runway 27.
There we go. Turn the radios up.
Transition left right level 75.
Let's turn the hydraulic.
Clearances are available. Surface wind 240 degrees 14 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more.
Dampers.
Clouds broken at 1,700 feet. Temperature plus 16. Dew point
IRS.
plus 11. QNH 1006 hectopascals.
Okay.
Receipt of information Oscar and advise aircraft type and series.
1006 QNH. You'll notice the ILS time on this, so the IRS for the alignment it's usually 10 minutes. It says 7 minutes plus. I have synced the aircraft to tune, so if I change this hectopascals now, 1006, it'll change on the code. It should change on the co-pilot side as well, so it seems to have not done that anymore. I don't know why. Index, let's make sure it's going to IRS. So there we go, we can sync the barometric pressures, and the IRS is 10 minutes. Flight plan, I'm doing this a bit backwards. I'm going over stuff I shouldn't be going over yet. So we'll go back to the overhead panel. Let's get some fuel on. So just press, it's pretty obvious because it says press on it, but the AP hydraulics and things down here makes you've got this one on auxiliary, these on auto, and then that first one on the on position. Don't need to turn the generators on yet because the engines aren't on. You don't need to turn on the engine bleed yet, but you do need the engine APU bleed. You need trim air and upper recirculation fans. You'll notice to turn the yaw damper on. And that's about it for in terms of preparation for the departure. When we start up, we'll turn all the other systems on. You don't need to turn cross feeds on just yet because the engines, of course, aren't running. So you notice that when we've got ground crew available, external power will come on, which is ground power. It's vanished though, but it's there. So yeah, back to the FMC. It's a bit of a long slug, but we'll get there. We do have the option to import flight plans somehow, and there's a lot more functionality in this than the Zebra mod in terms of the FMC. So satellite, I can't even remember, you know, how to do it, which is a little bit embarrassing. Welcome in on a Friday. I hope you had a fantastic week, everybody. So you can even do ground tests. Right, bear with me, everybody. I did figure this out offline. Perhaps we can do a company route. Ah, there we go. Company route. Import that. And then we'll change some of the information. So flight number is 501. British Airways call sign is usually Speedbird. We'll give them. So what we'll say is Speedbird 501 heavy because we are very heavy. Flight number 501, and then execute that. Okay, so that should have worked. Det 2 Golf's come up. I haven't used the import function just yet, but judging by the look of it, it's all working. Even the arrivals in there, the Vuta Free Bravo arrival. So VNAV, we're going to cruise. We need the transition altitude. We're going to cruise at 35,000.
This is Heathrow Airport information. Papaya time 0920 Zulu. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 right. Departure runway 27 left. Transition level. Flight level 75. Data link clear available. Surface wind 250 degrees 14 knots.
There we go, that was quick. 7,500 feet transition. What that means is we change to standard pressure on the altimeter when we cross 7,500 feet. Cruise altitude 350. It was, when I planned it yesterday, it was 320, so this is all changed. Okay, speeds and things are normal. I'm just hoping, I've had a little bit of temperamentality with the toga buttons, so it's probably going to be a manual for us to take off with my hands opposed to the system. So let's go on legs. You can't really check the plan at the moment. You can't really do much actually. We're going to switch the VORs on just so we don't forget with the ILS approach. 16 pages. Unbelievable. I actually think we can get our clearance since we're waiting on the ground. This will be a good chance to check the sound quality on it. I haven't done a VATSIM flight in this aircraft.
7 right. Departure runway 27 left. Transition level. Flight level 75. Data link clearances are available. Surface wind 250 degrees 14 knots. Visibility 10. Clouds broken at 2,100 feet. Clouds broken at 3,300 feet. Temperature +17. Dupine plus 9er, QNH 1006 Hector Task Force. Acknowledge receipt of information Papa and advise aircraft type and series on
Information's
first
already
contact
changed
with
to
Heathrow.
Papa. Or Papa.
This is
Information
Heathrow
Papa.
Airport information Papa at time 0.
Can do pushback on this.
Automatic. Arrival runway 27 right. Departure runway 27 left.
I'm delaying myself because I don't really know if we're meant to call it. It doesn't say coil approach on there. Door control, we seem to have opened the wrong one. Let's just close them. And stick the seatbelt sign, auto, transponder on.
Please check that your seatbelts are fastened and secured.
Walker 3808, welcome to Heathrow, taxi second left Bravo.
Really good announcements in the cabin.
Second left Bravo, Kilo 219, Money Taxi Help Walker 3808. Good morning. Morning.
Good morning.
Alpha stand 511, ready to push start. 26 Charlie Alpha stand 511, push and...
Okay, brilliant. So approach is handling out all the aircraft. Very brave. And we can call in for clearance. Right, what stand? So we're Speedboat 501. Stand 244, requesting our IFR clearance with information Papa to Dubai. I think that's all we have to say. Let's just check the map again. It's quite busy. The ATC is saying callbacks, that means we can't call him in the meantime. And of course everyone here, all the BAs, Speedbirds, taxing down to 27 left.
380. Walker 380, I'm going to change your taxi routing 1, requesting pushing the Kilo apron to taxi now via Bravo, Lima, and hold at Lima 1. Bravo, Lima, hold Lima 1, Walker 3808, no problem. 287, taxi via Delta, transition onto Alpha and hold at Lowman.
We'll be pushed back, we're going to be pushed back facing south, so we'll be facing back south on Lima, and then we'll probably be taxiing down Bravo as well.
Speedbird 87, taxi next right to join Alpha, then hold at Lowman.
Wrong button again, Speedbird 87, right on Delta, left on Alpha, hold Lowman.
Thank you, break, Virgin 921, stand 218, push and face south. Push approved, face south, Virgin 921.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 501, requesting IFR clearance from stand 244 with information Papa to Dubai International.
Speedbird 501, director, good morning, clear to Dubai, Detling 2 Golf departure, squawk 1421.
Speedbird 501, cleared to Dubai via the Det 2 Golf departure, squawk 1421.
Speedbird 501, correct.
Okay, great, so we got a clearance relatively quickly. You'll have to forgive my order of call there. I called it rather strangely, but it was all there, the information.
Speedbird 27 left. Speedbird 249 from full length, runway 27 left, winds are T50
So 1421.
clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 27 left, Speedbird 249er.
How do I do that? Ah, there we go. 1421. Okay, so the IRS is about 1 minute out from aligning. This is like this is a little bit overwhelming when you fly the Boeing 747 because it's such a big aircraft, but we've pretty much done it. We've done the procedure and things pretty quickly, so we're probably going to request start up in a minute when we've checked all the systems are working. I am going to check the iOS now to make sure there's no other failures. We turn the hydraulics on. It's saying there's a tail wheel actuated dram. That might be an issue, so let's just go ahead and fix all systems. And what we're going to do is prep our aircraft. So we're going to turn engine bleeds on.
400 bike stand 301 aircraft type 350-1000 with information Papa request IFR.
We're going to allow the APU bleed to go into the engines in preparation for start. Everyone's doing the same departure, Det 2 Golf. I've done this one before in the Baron. So cross feeds are on, so we can transfer that fuel into all the engines. I'll leave the fuel off them for now, but
Not a problem. Right turn Bravo, Kilo 219. Walker 380. Thanks very much. Bye.
Ground services can be stopped.
This will good morning, sir. India 161 with you, and obviously 35900. We have information, Papa, and we are in descent now.
Air India 161 Heathrow, good morning, thank you. Squawk 6465.
Squawk 6465.
There we go. I mean, it is busy for a Friday morning, not gonna lie. 10 to 11 in UK time. We're doing pretty good on time, start-wise. Not taking us too long to get the aircraft prepared for taxi. 29 minutes. I think everybody's a bit on edge in London Heathrow because it's usually hard to get out. Let's double check. So you want 27 left.
249, report passing altitude.
Check the legs.
Roger, climb now, flight level 150.
So you'll notice there's no route on there, which is a bit of a pain. Let's go ahead and step it anyway. Okay, so it doesn't really face the direction of the route. I don't know how to change that.
160 level Sabre.
160 level by Sabre, but 161.
And sorry, the other station?
Virgin 921, request taxi.
Virgin 921, roger, after the 319 has passed.
Something going on there with that route as well. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Must be too stupid turn to do it.
Taxi left hand, Bravo, hold it, Bucky. Virgin 921.
Yeah, it can be a bit temperamental this, so I got the feeling I'm going to be doing this all hand flown. It didn't give us an initial departure height, so we're just straight up to 35,000. Right, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Thank you for coming, everybody. Let's get started. Let's get our pushing back, push and start requested, and then we'll assume face south from Lima.
No worries, it's XRO, correction, Echo X-ray Alpha Romeo Oscar.
Roger, thank you. Changing to Echoes.
Great, Director, lot 1 Victor Zulu, passing flight level 260 for 250. Lot 1 Victor Zulu, Heathrow, good morning, roger. Descend flight level 1, correction 240, and speed 280
Lateral nav armed,
knots.
and vertical navigation is not armed for some reason. Let's just do the initialization of the system. I haven't even done that yet. Let's do performance. 0 fuel weight. So cost index is a whopping 320.
Speed 87 roger from November Bravo to Echo.
Plan fueled 70 kg.
250 degrees at 14.
Roger, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff, speedbird 87.
Virgin 921, taxi link 28, hold at November Bravo 1.
Taxi link 28, hold at November Bravo 1. Virgin 921.
10 degrees of flaps. So there's the V speeds, center of gravity. You usually have to trim this aircraft nose down. So it's saying 4.1. So you see we're trimming it nose down to 4.1. White bar moves as we trim it.
Virgin 303 Heathrow, good morning. Squawk
There we go.
5664 and speed 280, correction 290 knots.
So now we know VDAV will work. There we go, and it comes up with the IS automatically for V2 speeds. Let's try and get our call in here for the push and start. Speedbird 501, stunned 244 with information. Papa, ready for push and start.
Stand by, back Virgin 303, descend flight level 100.
Flight level 100,
Lot 1 Victor Zulu, speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, lot 1 Victor Zulu.
And the other station calling, sorry, say again.
Speedbird 501, information. Papa, stunned 244, requesting push and start.
Speedbird 501, stand 244, push and face south.
Push and face south to Speedbird 501. Okay, brilliant.
249, no further ATC, monitor
Face south as expected. Let's get these pumps on the hydraulics.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Let's get the beacons on.
Some doors are still open for the GPU or the ASU are still connected. I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Okay, brilliant. For some reason we still got ground handling on.
So 6 Charlie Alpha, taxi Alpha and hold at November Bravo 3.
And remove chocks.
Bravo 3, that's spoken for...
Can't see the ground power, but it said there was one connected. Let's hope he's going to connect.
Lot 1 Victor Zulu, descend flight level 100, correction 200.
I thought the jetway had already disconnected, excuse me. I'm a little bit overwhelmed at the moment just because there's so many people on ATC. Hope you're having a great week, everyone. Okay, 10 degrees of flat, 164. Let's just stick this on mode C for now.
287 Roger, climb now, flight level 140.
Climb now, flight level 140, speedbird 87.
Fuel pumps can come on.
Air India 161, flight heading 240 degrees, straight and approach 27 right.
240 degrees, 427 right, Air India 161.
Okay, that's a bit annoying. The this happens sometimes. The next plane, the bell of the jetways will not go off. For some reason it's saying waiting for GPU still. It's a little bit of a pain. Nothing connected ground services. Not got any ground services on there. We've removed ground power, we've removed ground services, we've removed a lot of things. Let's see, if you use the default X-Plane 12 pushback, it doesn't work. So how can we cancel that? Let's try and cancel that and get it pushed back. Stop pushback and request it again.
Air India 161, there's 29 miles to 27 right, descend to altitude
Doors.
4,000 feet, QNH is 1006.
Descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1006, Air India 161.
Doors were closed and now it's saying not open.
Virgin 303, descend flight level 90, speed 250 knots.
Excuse me everybody, this is this is not how it went the other day. Right, let's stop that.
Good morning, thank you. Squawk 7202. Squawk 7202, shuttle Freeware.
I don't know everybody, I think we're going to be, let's try it this way and we'll push back.
Air India 161, speed 220 knots.
Facing south using the default one, but it'll be a bit bumpy on the pushback. That's frustrating.
26 Charlie Alpha from November Bravo 3, 27 left, clear takeoff, winds 250 degrees at 14. November 3.
London Heathrow Airport. Echo, Lima, Echo, heavy. Request pushback to the right.
Echo, Lima, X-ray, Lima, Echo, heavy. Stand by. Pushback tractor is on the way.
So unfortunately bad pushback hasn't worked today. I thought it was going to. We didn't have anything connected. Yeah, nothing's working. So apologies about that. We'll just have to cancel it. There's nothing there on the aircraft, so we'll use the default version and we'll get the engine started.
Cabin, please let them know if you need assistance. Now would be a good time to review the safety card located in front of you.
I really hope this works. So there's the pushback tractor. I used it once before, but it was like a roller coaster. Right, there we go. Yeah, so you can see that bumpiness using the default one. Very cool though, very big plane. Let's hope it pushes it back. Let's just double check actually we're getting pushed back in the right direction. To the right, isn't it? And that way we're facing 27 left. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go for a number 4 engine start. So we're going to stick the, pull the ignition. You see it illuminate. Centrifugal on. Engine started, so we usually introduce fuel around 15%. You'll notice it starts very, very slow. So the pushback is working. Good. There we go, about 15%. Introduce that fuel. Now you can start 2 engines at once on this, it's powerful enough. Beacons are on, you can't quite see them. You can't see the top one because you see the bottom one, and the navigation lights are on, of course. Very cool. I hope. Oh yeah, that's it. When you when you push back the default one, the wheels get tangled up in a very strange way like that. So be aware. You're breaking your undercarriage by doing it. Okay, let's go for number 1. Successful starts. We turn the generator on form. We put it on number 1 in advance. Let's take those to auto. And let's prepare. So what else do we need? We don't need much else. No APU bleed on. Warmest engines have started. We turn the packs on as well. Okay. Fuel. Yeah, so that departure there, obviously the very steep turn. I don't know if that's because the aircraft's bigger or because it's not functioning properly. We'll have to just take that wider turn as it shows. Might take us to the deck to Gulf. Yeah. He may give us an initial altitude of 6,000 or something. But today we're going up to 35,000 as cruise. Awfully quiet on the ATC. I hope we haven't been disconnected. Heading 270 for the runway. Okay, fantastic. You didn't tell us to put our parking brake on. Let's go for number 2. Start. Engine start, that is. And we'll stick our turnouts and our text lights on. Actually, let's get a bit of light on the cockpit. So these do work, these interior lights. You might as well use them. It has gone quiet on the channel. Like, there was plenty of planes before calling. We seem to have like a wildlife symbol there. I don't know if that's deers or something. Anyway, number 2's going up nice and fine. So we'll stick the fuel in. You'll see that outside the fans spooling up. Well, that one's slow because you haven't started it. But number 4, 1 and 2 are spinning nice and fast. Very cool. Go for the final number 3. If we have a successful start on number 3, we can request taxi to runway 27 left. Very cool. They have well, I'm going to show you this in a second, but they have all the functionality of a modern aircraft on the sim. So whoever made this, Sparky's mod, well done. Thank you. So I'll show you now. We've got stats there for the APU and things. We've got electrics, fuel, the air conditioning system, hydraulics, the doors, and gear. So everything you could want.
Departure, Squawk 52 at 60.
Okay, for some reason it sounds like a different person. Echo Golf. Wait, what frequency are we on? We got ground available now. So
Ditling 2 Golf departure, squawk 5262, Qantas 10 X-ray. Qantas 10 X-ray, correct.
are we supposed to call ground then for a taxi?
Station calling Heathrow and readability 2 to 3 and breaking up a lot, say again.
Subject 2131, request clearance to Hamlet has failed.
Let's go ahead and call ground. I don't think we'll call tower for taxi now. There's one available, so we'll go 705.
Hold position, report aircraft type.
Tuned in to be on the same frequency for some reason. I don't know why they would do that. Well, we've tuned out. I don't know what's going on at the moment. A bit lost in terms of the game. Right, there's approach. There's tower. I think they switched the frequencies around. Forgive me if it takes us a long, everybody. It's a long flight ahead, so we're kind of taking our sweet time and not be feeling great this week. So, yeah, we all want to rest and relax. If it's your first time here, it does get somewhat more interesting when we land.
Subject 2131, cleared 2 Delta Tango November.
Why is ground clearing people when we've got an approach available? No, I'm not going to ask questions. I'm not going to ask too many questions. What if you do is read back and then we'll get our taxi clearance. Let's get the flaps. 1, 2, 3, 10 degrees of flaps, and we'll put the rejected takeoff brake on. Look at this thing though, incredible.
Information clear for the maxi, 2131.
That was blocked. Subject 2131, we cleared to Delta Tango November Hotel. Maxit 1 Golf departure.
Got an EasyJet there in the wrong parking bay.
76, QLH 10.
Under Air France, they should be in another place because this is more for the big ones. It's more of a heavy airline, is like 747. Anyway, there's that wear and tear on the flaps. You can just about see it.
Maxit 1 Golf departure.
Oh, blimey, this is taking a while. Speedbird 501, ready to taxi.
Okay, that was blocked again. Tomjet 2131, confirm.
Okay, it wasn't me.
1 Golf departure.
Wasn't me blocking it, people.
0476.
Sometimes it does frustrate me that sim takes so long to get through on the radio.
Tomjet 2131, readability 5, confirm Maxit 1 Golf departure and squawk 0476.
Could confirm Maxit 1 departure, Golf
good God.
departure, squawk 0476, Tomjet 2131.
Goodness gracious.
Tomjet 2131, correct, report ready for taxi.
Tomjet 2131, ready for taxi. Taxiway hotel.
Bit of lag as well. I don't know if that might just be the airport. It's not the plane. The plane is usually alright on the GPU and CPU. The airport itself is quite heavy scenery wise. Right, we can save the clear for taxi. Oh, good God.
141 Heathrow and clear to Los Angeles. Umlaut 1 Golf departure. Squawk 4724.
So if you're wondering why I don't fly on Radsim very often, I mean this is kind of why. You can never get through. It's usually rushed and you get a few people who take the radio up for half an hour.
Version 141, correct?
Version 141 straight for push and start.
Version 141.
I think it'll be midnight by the time we get our clearance to taxi. It's a bit loud as well. Let's crank the volume down a bit.
Version 141 is squawking 4724.
Speedbird 501, ready to taxi.
Speedbird 501 Heathrow ground taxi, Lima, hold Lima 1.
What do you put in Lima 1, speedbird 541?
Virgin 141, I don't see that. Just
Okay, that was a very
transponder is turned on.
anonymous taxi call. He said hold Lima 1, so I'm assuming the end of this taxiway. Yeah, we don't have far to go. Let's go anyway. Lima 1 for runway 27 left. So brakes off. Oh, hang on. Excuse me, everybody. Let's get the APU off. So packs on. APU bleed off. There we go.
Area 161 needs to again, Roger, taxi left, Bravo, Kilo, 7236.
Bravo, Kilo, 7236, Area 161,
This is such a big plane, everybody. It probably needs a bit of extra clearance when it comes to taxiing. That's probably what I've been told the whole show, Lima 1, because he's got to plan out a route for our aircraft. You'll notice the G-force camera also works as well. Once you get a bit of speed, it builds up very rapidly, so just be aware. Don't put too much in.
2131, confirm hold in point indicated.
Tom to 2131, hold Nevis.
Hold Nevis.
The weather radar is automatic, and so is the ILS alignment usually. We are moving, everybody. Forgive the lag as well. Forgive my moaning. In the rough morning for everybody involved. See the nose there, a little bit tail heavy by the look of it. Fits right in though with the Virgin. Yeah. Monitor Unicom 122.8, speedbird 501, good day. So we're allowed to taxi then, so you say monitor Unicom, well we need to get our taxi clearance to take off. So I think he did quite a bad job then. I'm not going to sit around calling people saying they're doing a bad job, but like he's ground. He said to hold at Lima 1, he hasn't even given us takeoff clearance, he hasn't given us taxi clearance to runway 27 left. Let's call him back, because he's not giving us the right clearance there. You shouldn't pass someone off the Unicom when they're on the ground. So we should be giving clearance there to taxi to runway 27 left. I'll tune into Unicom like you said, but that's really, really bad. We don't know when we're going to be cleared to taxi, we don't know when we're going to be cleared to take off. So yeah, really bad job there by London Ground. Let's just keep taxiing and see what happens. If he sends us a message, that's his own fault. I can only think he's called out the wrong person. Never had a, a traffic controller. What is going on with this plane? Never had a traffic controller who has, done that. Who has failed to give me taxi clearance to the runway. He should also be given takeoff clearance if there's no tower available. Well, let's get going. We'll contact approach. He should have even passed us off to approach because approach is available. Goodness gracious. So what we're going to do is going to clear ourselves. We're going to clear ourselves onto Bravo. I'm going to taxi right round to the end of runway 27 left. Speedway 501, taxiing London Heathrow ground to runway 27 left. Yeah, odd that there's CPU lag. I think it's a combination of the VATSIM as well, dragging on the system resources. Relatively smooth taxi. being cautious though. So we're going down Bravo, just continue down to holding point, so whatever that is. Seems pretty clear. We can clear ourselves to Dubai International. We're going to hold short here. I'm going to do a few checks before we take off. Standard checks. I think we really are going to have to hand fly the departure since the flight plan's not appearing properly. So we do outbound lights, text lights off. Strobes can come on. TRA on the transponder. Let's just go ahead and get straight on the runway. London Heathrow ground, speedbird 501, taking off runway 27 left. So approach and ground don't seem to be handling departures. They seem to be handling, or the approach is handling it, but ground isn't. Let's try and contact them. We're in the air. Remember, toga boat doesn't work properly. Smooth taxi onto the runway. We're going to go ahead and do a manual advance of the throttles to N1 position. There's some sparks there from the engine. I don't know what's going on. Maybe like the engine is hitting it. Maybe it's hitting the runway, but it's certainly not showing it. 80 knots crossed. V1 rotate. We're a bit all over the place. Can't seem to shake off. There we go. Just about. I think we've had a tail strike, everybody. The plane will not take off. What the hell is going on in this? Gear up. We couldn't take off, so we're just struggling a bit. There's literally a tail strike on the ground. Awful experience on the VATSIM network today, isn't it? And there's that turn to the left for the Dare 2 Golf. I didn't turn ignition continuous, but it's fine. Stabilize the fuel. I think we might be a little bit overweight. Well, we checked our weight and we're absolutely in the range we should be. Ground weight 409. Yeah, we are a bit overweight. We tried the flaps to 5. Forgive that, I thought we were going to be alright taking off, but the weight is the fuel and things is giving us, is put us overweight. Looks extremely busy there now. Let's hope some of those other aircraft got clearance to taxi to the runway. Flaps to 1 and flaps up. The overspeed is just because we got the flaps down, got a little bit fast on the departure. We'll burn off the fuel when we're in the air, so I'm not too concerned about the weight issue. And there's our departure. Turn the autopilot on. It's going to do a nose up and down situation, so I'll leave it off for the time being as we fly through some rough clouds or whatever. Way too fast for the height, so let's get the turnout lights off. We'll leave the landing lights on till we reach 10,000 feet. Yeah, trim was also a little bit too much of a nose down situation. We finally got there, everybody. We actually finally airborne after, you know, an hour. Slowly climbing out to 350. Det 2 Golf departure, London Heathrow Airport, squawking 1421. We're going to cross, I think the altitude is 7,500 for the transition. Yeah, all ATC's just gone offline, ground still available. And ATIS. Just no approach or departures. At least we're on the centre line on takeoff. Just a little bit off for halfway. So this is us, we're heading towards Dubai now. Dubai International Airport for a nice sunny holiday. Everyone, I hope you packed some sunscreen. Hats, shades, the lot. Top of climb is not very far away. That's a long flight, everybody. You have a good 4 or 5 hours to go yet. Thank the autopilot and pray to God it works. Yeah, says that it's a rapid intervention. Yes, I'm going to check that weight. It's the 407 ground weight. We never got an overweight warning either, so that was a little bit peculiar. And now it's not following the LNAV, it doesn't seem. What's going on with this aircraft? So there is some faults with it, which seem to have only happened today when I tried it with VATSIM. Yeah, 270. Is it turning back perhaps because we missed one? Let's see if it follows it from there. Should be. Otherwise it's going to be a pain to use manual heading turns or whatever on the way to the destination. Almost as bad at flying a plane as some other YouTubers I've seen. Not quite though. Okay, so I think LNAV's rerouted us, fingers crossed, levels out. Come on, head towards this waypoint, please. Yeah, so some temperamentality in the aircraft, Sparky's mod. There was a recent major overhaul in April, and it's completely free still. We're still on Unicom 122.8. Where are we? So let's give them a call out. Actually, let's I don't think there's any need to, because there's no aircraft in the vicinity. It's taken as an odd route towards Dubai. We're hopefully going to make that turn to the south and set standard pressure as well. With a constant index of 320, you'd think it would have no issues climbing. Step size, center of gravity. According to SimBrief, we had a maximum takeoff weight of 496 kg. That's 1,000, by the way, 496,000 kg. I've just tried to figure out where we've gone wrong on the payload. We put the right cargo in, we put the correct fuel in. We put the correct, I think it's the payload, it's calculated the payload differently to SimBrief. SimBrief doesn't give you a breakdown of where the passengers should actually be sitting, so you can't calculate the specific amount in each section. It's sort of just a guess. You could divide it by the amount of sections and then just enter the numbers, but I think most people will skip that part. Anyway, when we arrived, we're expecting the Vuta 380 Bravo arrival to runway 12 right. Weather's looking fantastic, sunny, warm, probably expecting 30 degrees plus. You've got your visas, keep them with you at all times. Safe cruising altitude, safe passing altitude, we're going to turn the seatbelt signs off. What a beauty. The inauguration flight from London Heathrow to Dubai is a fantastic idea, and I will be doing another flight in this aircraft in the future as well. Probably, just to give you a bit of an advance notice, probably to somewhere like Miami International, probably to places that you wouldn't expect me to fly to, so places in Russia. And I will fly in Russia Airlines livery. So we could do, one of them I had in mind, ladies and gentlemen, was a Russia Airlines flight from St. Petersburg all the way down to Shanghai, which will be longer. It'll be about 10 hours, and a plane flight in the same aircraft, but we'll do it in BA again, British Airways, from Manchester to Hong Kong, which is 13 hours. So these are really sort of like long streams I'm planning. Today's a warm-up, it's an inauguration, to see how I feel about running it for this amount of time, because of course X-Plane 12 doesn't run as smooth as we all know that, and the aircraft is of course free, so there's going to be bugs and things in there. Going back into the interior of the cabin, you can close the door. We can't really interact with much here. We can change the lights, the panel. We can't use the oxygen masks. The pressurization system is a little bit unfunctional as well. It's automatic as far as I can tell, but there's no way to change the pressurization. It says that you can change it, but when you come down to the ECS, which is the environmental control system, you'll notice it just says outflow valves, and there's no indication whether it's open or closed. We assume it's closed because we're in flight. Pack controls are fully functional, so we don't really have an indication of what our altitude is in terms of cabin. It's probably going to be about 8,000 feet, 9,000 feet at the most. So yeah, long haul flights are going to certainly be a test of endurance. We're about almost at cruising altitude, flight level 200 now. Just passing over the south end, passing over the Kent area of the United Kingdom. We'll be entering France, Brussels. So yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. Welcome aboard BA Speedbird 501 to Dubai. I'll be back shortly. quite high up. One of the things I noticed in this plane, compared to the 737 that is 737 will be showing a considerably colder temperature outside at this altitude. 747 doesn't, it only says -16, so I suspect that that might not be correct either, but we're going to take the anti-ice on. If you're wondering where it is, we have a nice little anti-ice panel, so window heat and then anti-ice over here as well. In terms of like other functions and features, there's not much else to show you. It's a very basic aircraft in terms of its layout. It can be overwhelmed when you're hopping because there's a lot of buttons and switches. You know, there's a lot of fuel tanks because there's more engines, but it's the exact same procedure. Well, it's not the exact same, but it's, you know, the steps are the same process as you would have in a 737. So you start, I'll go through it again. You've got, you know, the APU, the batteries, the generators, the air conditioning system, the hydraulics, then you got the fuel system, then you got the hydraulics, sorry, not the hydraulics, the air conditioning, and of course the bleed air and things. So yeah, they're the main systems of the aircraft. Of any aircraft, you have what was electricals, and you have fuel, and then you will have pneumatics. So they're the main systems of the plane. All aircraft, main airliners have them. And then of course you've got other systems like the autopilot. So we go to the FMC, not the FMC, the MCP, which is the main control panel for the autopilot. And you'll see it's just like the 737, minus a few little things. We do have speed, we have thrust, we have flight change, flight level change, vertical navigation, lateral navigation. Of course, heading select works a little bit different, so does altitude. If you want to hold it, turn it to the heading you want and you press select. You don't press hold. If you press hold, it'll just continue flying the heading you're currently on, and the same applies to the altitude as well. It has a localizer approach switch and a lot of other things. It's just a modern airliner, but it's older than most modern ones. So it's kind of, when it comes to the 737, it's on par with the new generation 737 in terms of technology. It's behind something like a 787 Dreamliner. The Dreamliner is well advanced. It's a lot further ahead than this. We are currently being tailed by a Lufthansa A359 is going to Munich at flight level 41 39,000, so he's a couple of thousand feet above us. We haven't got any warnings, we can't see him on the radar. I haven't used TCAS yet. TCAS is on, of course, because of the radios. Transponder. As you can see, up on the, I've turned the frame rate off the upper left and put it on the upper right. So you can see the CPU usage as well. So we're reaching about, well, we were reaching a good 60 frames when I was offline. Now it's coming about 40, average 45. I say that's pretty good considering I'm streaming as well. And 65%, it's not using all the GPU. It's using, you know, a good amount of CPU, but not all of it. Very easy on the system. It's free to download. I'm going to paste the link to the forum into the chat, so anyone who likes X-Plane 12 or flight sims can go ahead and check it out. Completely free to download. Sparky's mod. We are passing over Belgium at the moment. There's no HC available at all in Europe at the moment, so we'll have to make do without it. So it's had a major overhaul in April. Just pasted the link in chat if you want to go and check it out for your game and flight sim experience as well. Highly recommend it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I was going to say calm down, we can get out of our seats, but there seems to be something going wrong with the cruise altitude. So 350, we seem to have leveled off at 32,500 feet. We were descending slightly, and now we're climbing again. So I don't think the aircraft's going to be able to do it. It seems to be struggling considerably. The speed is dropping, so what we're going to do, we're going to adjust the altitude to 32,500 for now. And then when we burn off some fuel, we can go to our full cruising altitude of 35,000. I would say it's possible to get there now, but the aircraft really is struggling to move for some reason through this particular space. Maybe if we build up some speed, that will help the situation. Having a check on the map, I was looking at our progress. We're actually doing very well already. We're already over Belgium, and we'll be over a strange land called Germany, and probably Austria and Italy later on. We're passing over the entirety of Europe, and then we're passing down the Middle East over Syria, Iran, Iraq, etc., over Dubai. Yes, you can see there's a bit of a descent. Let's put it back up to... So in a situation like this, I'm not sure what to do, I'll be perfectly honest. If it's giving us 35,000, we should really cruise at it, but we've had some issues, so what I'm going to do is make a courtesy call on Unicom. Speedbird 501, changing cruise altitude to flight level 325. So a bit of a strange call there, just to notify over traffic they are in the vicinity. They will get a TCAS warning, just to let everybody know who's on Unicom. I am in fact changing my altitude, cruise altitude, so they don't think there's a mismatch between my flight plan and the aircraft, which there is. What I'm talking about is an error, a mismatch, a problem in the system that may cause that, but it's completely my fault because I'm choosing to do it. Anyway, back to silence, enjoy it. We'll cruise at this until we burn off. I mean, our speed's dropping a little bit as well, that's concerning. Fuel wise, let's just check fuel. I had a look before, so we got about, I suppose we could dump some fuel, but we're kind of like, we got 163,000 on board. I mean, geez, if we don't have enough with that, then I don't know what will happen. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of some fuel. So I think when I click refuel on the FMC down here, so I'll just show you where I went. I went to menu, I was in ground control, and I said add fuel. So I added the fuel that we needed, but we already had fuel on board, and now we've ended up with 163,000 kg. So I'm going to go over to total fuel. I'm going to reduce it to what we actually need, so, which is 70. About 1,000 kg. So it's still a little bit over, but it's not going to make us overweight, which means we can climb to 350. I hope. So now we got rid of that fuel that we didn't need on board. We can safely go to 350. I'm sorry, I apologise about the flight. It's been a bit... I thought I'd mastered the basics of the weight and balance, but it seems there's still some things and I'm not quite understanding about it. You can change all these things, the configurations. You can even change the airline, which is automatic, BAW 747-3436, the aircraft model. Engines, Rolls-Royce, I'm assuming. Moving up general, then passengers. You can have announcements on or off. So let's do flight over change. Let's pray this works. Let's see if I can get up to flight level 350. Absolutely capable of doing it, by the way. It's not out of its range of capabilities. And if you're wondering, we're just passing over a lovely place called Luxembourg. Luxembourg and then slightly over Germany. Might avoid Switzerland to go straight into Austria. Yeah, so there's that climb we wanted before. We're not stressing the aircraft too much now, we've got the correct weight on board. So in brief, 70, just to remind you, 70,000 kg is a lot of weight, and the maximum takeoff weight was 396,000. Maximum landing weight is 285,000, so we've got about 100,000 pounds worth, 100,000 kg worth of weight to shed. So I keep monitoring the situation. If there's any big developments, I check in. If there's any ATC, I'll also check in. Please feel free to enjoy, get snacks, go and do what else you're doing, watch me in the background, and relax. Alright everybody, how are you all doing? It's been a long flight. We are half an hour out from Dubai International. We'll shortly get our descent, so I'm going to talk through some of the arrival that we have planned. I believe the runway's changed. It's not going to be 12 right, it's going to be 30 left. I think is going to be the approach and landing runway. And yeah, we spent most of this flight going over Turkey and Iran. That's taken up the most of it. Iraq, of course, and now we're in the sort of Saudi Arabia region. Things will probably speed up once again. But yeah, very, very close. So the second half of the flight undoubtedly longer. I think the plane looks fantastic. Let me know what you all think of it. Just looking at the lighting in the cockpit, it's very, very high quality. On par with the Zebo mod, on par with some Freeware aircraft. So it's definitely worth the download. The autopilot's not had any issues. We did have initial issues, but they've ironed themselves out. So we do have a tail. We have a few aircraft going to Dubai today. We've got one not too far from us, and then obviously a lot at Dubai. And we've got some ATC. We did have ATC. We've got an ATIS available. So I'm going to tune that. 131.7, and that'll probably give us the runway. Just looking at where this descent is, make sure we get down in time. So the top of descent is not yet, but I'm going to prepare for it. What is the frequency number? So this is standard procedures. We go into the ATC. There's now a few. We've got an area control, no airport ATC, just an ATIS. There seems to be two options, so 126.275 or 131.7. 275. Let's have a listen to this, see what all the information is regarding the pressure and things. We might be out of range. I found that a little bit on the next plane. You could be too far from the airport, so it won't pick it up. Fuel wise, we've lost a lot of fuel. We've got 3,000 kg before we're in a sticky situation, because 12,000 should be like, I think 12,000 will be left. So there we go. Zero left. 1005 QNH. I've got the transition altitude. It's quite high up. Anyway, that's handy. So 1005 for the QNH. That's quite low for a warm pressure region. Looks beautiful though with the sunset just behind us as we go into the cold night of the Middle East. So yeah, so we've got to change the runway, but we probably don't have to change the actual approach procedure itself. So we'll go ILS, and we'll just keep the same one we have, which doesn't seem to be available. So we were originally scheduled for Vute 3 Bravo, but now we can only choose Charlie or Delta, so I will make up my mind and just choose Delta. And we're not going to do any transitions, we're just going to execute that. Let's just make sure it's gone into the flight plan. It looks like it has. Small break. One little concern I have about the plane itself, it's very loud in the cockpit. So the soundproofing is very poor on the 747-400. Lighting though, very, very good. It's really bright now, so we're going to turn that down a bit. Make sure we don't blind ourselves on London. can see it's not an instant turn off either. That's cool. So it dims it rather than you know, rapidly turning the lights off. Well, then about halfway, I think. It should be fine. Still looks pretty bright. I think it's glare shields we want. A little bit better. So yeah, double check the approach. When we get to Airlyra, which is not far away, we start descending, and then we'll continue our descent down to 12,000 feet. So I'll program that now, change the MCP to 12,000 feet. We could start descending. I don't want to be too early though. 12,000 feet. You'll notice as well the 747 does maintain a fantastically high speed. So we're at 270, the 737 could not do this. It doesn't have the same power. So we're kind of subsonic speeds at this altitude, which is, you know, pretty good for the time. That's probably why we've got here in, you know, roughly 6 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in fact going to start ascending right now. It's going down to 12,000, but flight level 120. Flight level changed nice and early, and usually the engines will idle themselves, which is not beneficial for the aircraft, so we might have to set a manual speed setting. In fact, I will. I'll keep it at 0.8 Mach until we cross over the threshold and change it to knots. In terms of the approach, we've had to change it to a 3 Delta approach for runway 30 left. Dubai International. You shouldn't be able to see much since it's night time, but the map will indicate where the palms are. You can just about see them on the edge of the Dubai coast there, so very, very cool. We'll be flying over that, and International Airport, of course. Dubai International, that is. We have an aircraft on our tail. I think they're going to the same place, probably beginning their descent as well. We aren't descending though, so let's do flight level change. Now you notice that I switched on after fixing the lights. Finally, I've managed to figure out how to transfer between tanks 1 and 4 to engines 2 and 3, so we don't have a lack of fuel. As you see, it's been transferred there, so we don't run out in those engines. In terms of like reserves, we're doing quite well. We've got 12,000, which is about normal. We have been given an ATC message slightly outside of the perimeter. We're going to go ahead and give them a call on the frequencies are pre-tuned, so 132.150. It's really loud and I can't hear the ATC because the aircraft's so loud. It's on full volume as well. There's not really any way for me to quick change the sound without pausing the game. I don't want to do that. Anyway, you'll be able to see the 747 in action. It's a beast when it works, and it's fantastic. I'm going to struggle to hear these instructions. Do I just turn it down though? Got no other choice. Got to do it. Got to protect our ears.
Face east and 318 runway, and all aircraft, there's two aircraft on this. Etihad 1226 and then Etihad 126. Both of you just listen out for the correct call sign. Etihad 1226, you took go ahead and taxi to runway 31 left.
People in trouble already at Dubai.
Yeah, 1226 and runway 31 left, yeah. Thank you. And Etihad 126. The question was, you seem to be holding west of the airport. What's happening? Just give me for 1 key right, looking at 126. No, 31 right. Look at this, listen to the 80s as well. We never were on 13 right. 31 right.
Yes, the 80s does tell you clearly that 30 left is the runway. I'm just acting like I know it all, and I'm good at this. I do make mistakes myself. I'm a bit concerned we're not going to be able to get down in time, so let's give them a call when we get a break in the traffic. It's busy, very busy. A lot of traffic.
You're the next approach. Okay, turn right, heading 120. Sorry, I got confused here. 120. No, maintain 5,000, make a right turn heading 120.
Heading 120, maintain 5,000, and 7 feet.
He's dealing with a lot of traffic here. Good thing we started to descend nice and early, isn't it?
Flight level 225 descending, typing 51,000.
Working 400 Mike, identified part of the 220, clear to Dubai with the Bhutan 3 Delta arrival, landing runway 30 left.
Clear to Dubai to 310 3 Delta, landing runway 30 left, Virgin 420 Mike.
Speedbird 501, you're not fixing.
Speedbird 501 with you at flight level 190.
Speedbird 501, identified, clear to Dubai, Bhutan 3 Delta arrival, landing runway 30 left, when ready, descend to 10,000, speed 280 knots. Yeah, wait for the other aircraft to respond, Kayla. This point will you come in. Just Speedbird 501, go ahead.
Yeah, cleared via the Vuta 3 Delta arrival to runway 30 left. Descend when ready to 10,000 feet, maintaining 280 knots.
Thank you. Georgia 40100, not 400, Mike. Identified follower 205, clear to Dubai.
Very clear instructions, very good. So 280 at 10,000, and we have got the correct approach. The Vuta 3 Delta arrival. London is usually the nervous bit.
30 left, when ready, descend to 1010,000 on unit 205. 20 Mike.
Yeah, 777 Alpha, runway 30 right from Mike 13 Alpha, line up and wait. Emirates 120, identified, report your altitude.
And there's the go round, or sorry, the whole pattern loop at Egnot. There's a big loop there at the end we have to go around to get on final, which is alright. Descending 6,000, QNH 1005, Speedbird 501.
Sorry, again, missed on the call signs, watch out for that. It's Emirates 501 Alpha, sorry about that. Emirates 501 Alpha.
Okay, the sound is quite bad at the moment. I even misinterpreted my own call sign. I'm going to have to adjust this.
There's a call sign match there. There's a Speedbird 501 on this frequency as well, so just listen out for that. What's your mic?
Ah, exact same plane.
10,000, okay.
10,000 feet, Speedbird 501. Okay, so yeah, it seems a lot of planes, a lot of similar aircraft. Anyway, I'm trying to get ready for landing. Let's check our VREF. 2-1 initialization, approach 140. Yeah, so about 147. 30 degrees of flaps. 147. The final speed. That's pretty good. That's a lot slower than I expected it to be, although we've used the majority of the fuel. If we check overhead, we can see some of them are low on pressure already, and it's 24 degrees, so we probably don't need the anti-icing on. Okay, 1005 QNH. We passed the transition altitude, so we'll change that. I think I'm more nervous about the fact that it's a night landing. The first night landing in the 747 for me. It's a big, big plane. It takes a heck of a lot of power to maintain it. In the air, that is. And maintain speed.
I'll get back to you. Sierra Tango 512 Bravo, descend to 3000. Descending 3000, 512 Bravo.
Agent 1226 and hold short of runway 318.
And on 1226, runway 31 left, clear takeoff, surface wind 300 degrees, 707 knots.
Winds 3000, 7 knots and clear to take off. Again, 1226.
We've already intercepted something. We need to get the ILS frequency. Make sure it's the right airport. OMDB. 11130. Triple 130. Of course, it's 300. I think. Seems to be done it. It seems to have done it automatically as well. I've filled it in there. ILS category 3 approach. So it's a big plane. We probably have to start adding flaps relatively early. 10,000 feet. Thank you, Captain. There's co-pilot on this as well, giving us their call out. Just got to listen into the ATC, so it might be a bit quiet. Landing lights inbound. And we'll set auto brake to 3 on the speed brakes.
knots.
250 knots, was it 8,000, speedbird 501? 7,000, speedbird 501. Okay, fantastic. 250 knots.
Reduce speed 230 down to 7,000, version 400, Mike.
126, requesting base. About 126, turn right, heading 280, clear out, so let you go right. Heading 280, clear out, is runway 31 right, heading out 126 heavy. Get about 1226, identified, reporting altitude.
1226?
Yes.
Let's get a notch flaps down.
Okay, I take 1226.
If you can.
Now it's airborne, passing 2,000 and climb to 5,000 feet.
About 1226, identified 2,400, climb forward 260.
So halfway in transit there.
I'm sorry, please again.
Climb to flight level.
So add them early because it's
Climb to 260.
such a big plane, it takes a while to create that drag.
And at 188, descend flight over 230.
Not to mention the stall speed is quite high.
Emirates 501 Alpha, reduce speed to 180 knots and turn left heading 120. Actually 120, 180 knots, that's 501 Alpha. Emirates 7 Yankee, turn right heading 210.
Riding 210, 7 Yankee.
35 November, holding 79 for Liberty. 35 November, surface wind 280 degrees, correction 300 degrees now at 7 knots, runway 318, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, sorry for November.
And fly 25 hotel, climb to 4,000, runway 308, clear takeoff.
I fly different weather, clear takeoff 308, at 4,000.
So you can confirm heading for Emirates 501 Alpha. 501 Alpha 120.
120, thanks.
Okay, alarm 71 Alpha, containers, we cockpit for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And 126, established on the line on the local line, please. 126, heavy. Number 7 Yankee, flying 270, clear out of cemetery to left.
270, cleared out left 30, left,
Number 501 Alpha, descend to 3000.
Descend 3000, evidence 501 Alpha.
Qatar 4 room, descend to 3000. Number 3000, Qatar 4 now. Cargo 512 Bravo, 270 degrees, 10 knots, 73 left, straight land.
Bravo 30 left, clear down German Cargo 512 Bravo, and just confirm we can vacate right for the echo gates over at the cargo ramp.
Yes sir, Mike 10 Bravo, and hold short, runway, hold short Mike.
Holding short of Mike after vacating 30 left, German Cargo 512 Bravo.
Number 7 Yankee, start bringing that speed back, every 240 over the ground.
Sorry, could you repeat that again for M7 Yankees?
Start bringing that speed down, you're 250 over the ground, catching up.
We'll go, so it's speeding now, so go now, M7 Yankees.
You're for first. Sorry?
Yep, is it okay if we choose Kilo 6 for exit after 30 left and by for plan purposes?
Kilo 6 is okay?
Roger, we expect Kilo 6 for Qatar 4.
Number 501 Alpha, descend to 3000, turn right heading 270, cleared out of cemetery to left.
We're heading 270 degrees, descend 3000 feet, anchored for ILS 30.
Looks pretty good at night. Looks really cool. Oh wow, you can see the city. Fantastic. Look at that. Not quite as detailed at but at distance it looks fantastic. Huge, look at all them buildings.
About 188, you can descend, sorry, you clear to Abu Dhabi, you're killing 2 Juliet arrival, landing on Red 200, right? Okay, for UK 2 Juliet, 3 right, to the end of 188. Number 7 Yankees, winds are 270 degrees, 10 knots, over 30 left, clear land.
It's an 30 left, I'm missing.
Just doing that fly over the airport.
Flight 25 Hotel, identified, port altitude. I flight
At least he's letting us fly our approach as programmed. Might just start slowing down a bit more. We could probably add 5 degrees of flaps. A lot of planes in the vicinity as well, not really appearing on the radar, which is a concern. Descend 3000, speedbird 501.
501, you can just resume free speed now.
Roger.
We'll get 400 Mike, you can 400 Mike in...
Okay, free speed, so we're cleared to just descend down to 3000, and I'm going to slow down to about 230. 5 degrees of flaps. You'll notice I'm keeping the speed high deliberately in order to avoid the stall.
At 188, you can descend with a start 4,000.
Just went to start 4,000 at 188.
Heavy 7 Victor, we could take it.
Qatari 7 Victor, give me a second. Qatari 7 Victor, you were facing west or east?
We are facing east, Qatari 7 Victor.
Taxi on Zulu.
We're probably going to join behind that aircraft if there's no one else coming. I don't tend to look at the map. There's a few people on final. And then Qatar 4 Romeo in front is also turning final. We are a big aircraft, everybody. I keep stressing it. Nobody is in a we got someone else in A38, but no one's in a 747. Good controller though, he's doing a lot of work. We're going to slow down to 220.
Echo 25 for your Papa, before Mike 10 Alpha, crossing 30 right, German Cargo 512 Bravo.
Actually, maintaining 230, I just don't want to be taking forever on this final. If he does give his vectors to turn before we get there, or if he says we're clear before that point, I suspect it's the same approach as Qatar for Romeo, which is right there, literally right there. It's quite high up if that's him. Is that him? It seems way too high up. Then again, we are 747, so we need the
1 Alpha, vacate at Kilo 9 if possible. If not, then it will be Kilo 6.
Kilo 9, that should be fine, or Kilo 6, thanks, that's 501 Alpha.
You don't need to dump fuel. We've lost quite a lot already, and it's absolutely boiling outside. It's 30 degrees in Dubai. Oh, we brought a hat and some sunglasses. On the ILS glide slope already, so when we turn final, we should be able to hopefully make that pretty well. It's given us a good distance there before the runway to get established.
Okay, turn left on Kilo 11. Actually, some Yankee disregard. Don't do Kilo 11, Kilo 10. There's another aircraft about to hit Kilo 11 now. Kilo 10 is fine.
Kilo 10, I might as well go to Kilo 9 since I'm almost there.
Okay, traffic 3 miles behind you.
Safer for the traffic, thanks.
Sorry, 7 Victor, hold short from a 30 left. Okay, 7 Victor, hold short, 30 left. Speed 501 left turn, heading 330, clear down, let's go 30 left.
All those planes landing, we got one behind us.
501, turn left at 330, clear down, let's go 30 left.
Emerson Yankee, they get to keep it on.
Emerson Yankee, gate Foxtrot 24, taxi to Kilo.
Foxtrot 24, taxi to
Okay, select. We have to give him a call back. Speedbird 501, turning left 330, clear for the ILS 30 left.
Taxi straight ahead on Bravo 7, left turn on Bravo.
I don't know if we got a call through.
Right turn Golf and then into Sparky.
Oh well.
Qatari 4 Romeo, runway 30 left, clear land, surface winds are 270 degrees, 10 knots.
Trying to find final on here. The runway has maybe 504.
Just keep it rolling, don't stop them. That's right, we will keep it rolling. I'm just going forward. Speed 501, will you do?
Roger, I think I got blocked. I am turning 330, clear for the ILS runway 30 left.
Thank you. Virgin 400, Mike, reduce speed to 180.
Right, cool, we're cleared now, so we can descend we can speed it down a bit or slow it down a bit to 210. Or even 200 for that matter. LNAV is working, and when we get on final we should have clearance to land, and then we'll establish ourselves on the localizer, etc., and the glide slope. See the towers in the distance. We're basically following, I think, this aircraft here, or maybe not. That's one behind us. We're following that one over there, so 30 left.
Emirates 501 Alpha, welcome to Dubai and vacate on Kilo 8. Sorry, what are you going for? Kilo 6? Yes,
10 degrees of flaps.
So we'll go for Kilo 6. Alright, looks like your company's telling me on
147 last speed.
Kilo 7 there, or are you too late? I know that's fine, we can take Kilo 7. Alright, make it that hard left on a Kilo 7.
I hope the ILS glide slope works in the aircraft. I've had a few problems with it, so pray to God it works. Yes, I think it is Finders, the famous tower. I can't remember the name of it. Like 5,000 feet tall. Oh, is it? It's not the Shard, is it? I don't know. Apologies if you're wondering why I don't know. I don't research that kind of stuff. Anyway, we're doing nicely. Just slightly below the glide slope, but we'll descend when we're a bit closer anyway. Nice distance from Qatar 4 Romeo. Yeah, so if it goes wrong with the autopilot, it's going to be a hand-flown approach, in which case we may experience an embarrassing landing. Well, thank you for everyone for watching and being here for this long and enjoyable stream.
And budget 400, Mike, turn left on 330, plane ILS to look 30 left.
Left turn heading 330, cleared ILS 30 left, 400 Mike.
Emirates 56, descend to 3,000.
Slow down to 180. I'm going to add another notch of flap.
Victor, surface winds are 270 degrees, 10 knots, number 2 right, clear takeoff. 30 right, clear takeoff, 7 Victor.
The glide slope is moving, I'm going to select approach.
Delta for departures, correction, Juliet for departures, QNH 1006, arrival information is India, QNH 1006. I flight 25 Hotel, Maharaj, got radar off final for the DC Spirit, we'll change to advise you have a good flight to Mumbai. I flight 25 Hotel, thank you for your services, switching D and a copy. Speedway 501, surface wind 270 degrees, 10 knots, summit choose your left, clear land.
Cleared to land, runway 30 left, speedbird 501. Fantastic. So we've intercepted the glide slope, and now beginning our descent. Let's slow down to, I keep double checking the speed, it's 147, I just can't get over how low that is for this aircraft. 155, and we've got, don't need gear down just yet. We do after modus.
At 188, maintain 4,000 at Pegum, and at Pegum you're cleared on a summit 200.
2,500.
Look at that. 2 takeoffs at once. I'm going to be a bit concerned when we get on the ground about taxiing because it's a big airport. Judging by the look of it, there's plenty of spaces. So maintaining a pretty good glide slope. Usually we are slightly above it, but we're actually on target today. Just keep in mind that trim. Make sure it doesn't over trim it. Once the gear goes down, that's going to create the most drag. Okay, so it seems to be pitching down. We need to be pitching up the glide slope. 6.9 miles. A long approach there for the 747. When we get off the runway, hopefully at probably at the end of the runway, we'll just taxi somewhere straight in front, hope.
Radar identified, report altitude. Passing 2,300 feet, Victor.
Ear down.
Victor identified 2,300, climb flight over 220.
Flaps full.
Have a 220, Victor. Victor.
Seems to be bobbing all over.
Left turn heading
Not sure what's going on.
130.
Can you repeat the heading? You could step by the radar.
130 on the heading.
Heading 130, can I inform you?
I'm not going down to 147. I don't feel safe doing it, so I'm going to do 150 because yeah, I don't want to stall, don't want to crash. We have a headwind of about 10 knots as well, so that makes sense.
That's
perfect, thank you. Pier 501, you can vacate from Kilo 6 as well.
Kilo 6, speedboat 501. Okay, so he has given us a turnout. I thought it was going to be the end, so we turn out Kilo 6, which is the third high-speed exit. There we go. Let's pray to God the plane works.
What was wrong with the first approach? What happened?
We had a subtle drop off frame and we kind of offset to the runway, so go around.
Kilo 6, third fast outlet. 150, we're doing pretty good. 500 feet, continuing for now.
400.
Oh, okay.
A lot of responsibility this is. 300 feet. That's looking good. Maintain. I'm gonna go around. Height is set. 200 feet.
Right,
100 feet.
Minimums.
Continuing.
40, 30, 20.
Seems to be going back up.
20.
Touchdown.
10.
Speed brakes up.
Okay, fantastic. I don't know what was going on in the landing, but it was a little bit all over the place. No reverses, we just use the brakes.
Alpha, you should already have the pre-departure clearance. Did you get it?
Yes, affirmative.
Flaps up.
Requesting pushing start, Kilo 16 Alpha.
This Kilo,
push and start is approved. Just
Kilo 6, the next one down.
push start approved.
Leaving your airspace. And Kilo 16 Alpha, pushing start approved, facing east.
Average 12 Kilo, Bahrain radar went offline, no further ATC available, change advisory, good day.
Throttles have stopped.
Bahrain radar's offline, no further ATCs available, change advisory, good day.
Why the throttles stop? Oh, water throttles on. Okay, fantastic. That was not a bad landing, not the worst. A little bit nervous on the final.
At 188, looks like you went quite far out. Are you within the star?
Okay, here's the turn off.
Okay, did you turn it? Okay. Not sure why it looks like that, my friend. Okay, I've got you, thank you.
Okay, we need to exit the high-speed exit before we can actually do anything.
Good day, Team Bravo, taxi to runway 31 left at Delta Niner via Mike Hotel and Delta.
Hopefully in front. Just going to clear that area in case there's anyone taxiing out. Speedbird 501, clear runway 30 left.
Speedbird 501, gate is Charlie, standard Charlie 55, taxi to Kilo. Good evening.
Charlie 55 via Kilo, Speedbird 501, thanks very much. Okay, let's do this. Let's taxi to the gate if we can find it. Right, kilo, so straight down or to the left.
So it's 242, you're now squawk 6003.
It would be handy if they had, like, obviously Foxtrot's this way, so it's Charlie back that way. Let's get those strobes off.
3000, Canary 4 Romeo. Canary 4 Romeo, speed 180 knots, sir. 180, Canary 4 Romeo.
I'm just having a look for the parking because it's not very clear on the map. It says Foxtrot, and then let me zoom in out a bit. Foxtrot all the way down.
Emirates 56, surface winds 270 degrees, 10 knots, runway 30 left, clear land.
Charlie 55. Well, there's Echo, and was that Foxtrot? Apologies about this. Usually I'm quick to find it, but it's dark. There's Charlie. I think it's right at the end, so we'll keep going. Strobes are off. Transponder to normal. So fuel transfer can be turned off. Let's get the APU one. Takes a while to start. We might not have enough fuel. I don't think we have, to be honest. So we'll have to connect ground power. What an adventure that was. And that landing was actually pretty good. We had a bit of an issue with the flare at the end, but I think very good. Please let me know what you thought. Burj Khalifa, thank you for finding us. Yes, if you remember, Mission Impossible had a scene in that building, which was very cool. Anyway, I can't believe we made it. This beast of a plane. BA, eh? Fantastic. Even looks brilliant. Clear, crisp. Absolutely amazing for a Freeware aircraft. Well done to Sparky and Sparky's mod. I've assumed that Charlie's down here. I really hope I've not gone the wrong way. Oh man, 777's around us, of course, and other things.
So it's 242, and ready to descend to altitude 10,000 on the QNH 1006.
When ready to descend to 10,000 feet, QNH 1006, and VOOT at 3 Delta does not connect to our route at Dartop, so request instructions after Dartop.
Okay, you're on the data bar. Okay, that's incorrect. We usually use the view tab arrival. What's your next waypoint?
In Alto.
Okay, can you program the VOOT at 3 Delta? Or just go to the first waypoint?
Yeah, it's all programmed. Just you tell me where to go.
Alright, okay, why don't you go just directly to VOOT tab then? That's fine.
Direct VOOT tab.
There's Charlie 60. So I think this is our turn next. There's 59. Another aircraft going past, a 73 KLM, I don't know what that is, might be a 777 or 787. We got enough room.
Taxi Kilo, gate Charlie 54.
Blimey, this is a close. Let's look at the sheer size of the 777.
Charlie 64, sorry.
Charlie 64, Virgin 40.
And that's our turn in next, C55. Yeah, we need to turn in that space. There's a KLM blocking it. Is he gonna move or?
188, surface wind 300 degrees 07 knots, with you on clear land.
Right, we'll have to continue a bit. I don't think he's going to move out of the way. And we'll just turn in, because this is our gate here, C55. Plenty of room there for a 777. So here's the line. I'm just concerned about hitting him with the wings, because it's a big aircraft. 250 feet, I think the wingspan is.
Kilo, descent to 10,000, QNH 1006.
10,000 feet, QNH 1006,
It's going to be a close one.
KLM 216 Alpha requesting taxi. Okay, Emirates 56, keep it growing all the way to Kilo 6, please. Kilo 6, Emirates 56. KLM 216 Alpha, taxi runway 30 right at Mike 14 Alpha. You're going to be taxiing Zulu, Lima 4 and Mike, and you'll give way to the Virgin A350 inbound.
Amazing. 5 stars. And they actually work this time. Okay, a little bit over the line. Screenshots. And we'll disconnect from the radio. Transponder off. 1228. Parking brakes on. Ground power we want. So let's go on to menu. Ground handling. Ground services. We want a combination of ground power and services. And then we can turn off the engines without the without the plane shutting down. So I'm going to run through a few things. We'll turn the engines off in a moment. Once it's connected. Request shocks. Ground power. There we go. Okay, we can't do it yet, so let's fuel cut off. There's a proper checklist which I'll go through properly on the next flight. But for now, we're making do compromise. XV is off. Ground power should be coming on. Hydraulics. Auxiliary. Beacons off. IRS off. Your dampers can come off. Might as well do a full shutdown to ground power. Okay, so you'll notice actually one of the things that's very, very cool is the engines take a while to close and shut down. We've got a car in front that's just pulled up. It's actually opened our door for us, so it's amazing work. And of course, connect the jetway. Only one on this one, but it'll do. Sweet. Ground power's not coming on. Let's disconnect generators. Perhaps we can do, yeah, disconnect generators. You can connect to the ground power. Might as well turn the fuel off since we got ground on. Takes lights off. Recirculation. I think that's it. And then engine hydraulics. Yeah, full shutdown. Nav is off. Bleed air can come off. Long process. Utilities and battery off. So yeah, we've done it after like 6.5, 7 hours. But I think that last bit was well worth it, and I hope to see you again on the next long haul flight, which will probably be even more bizarre. It'll probably be from somewhere like Manchester to Hong Kong, and that takes, you know, 13 hours. So if you like this sort of stuff, come back, because the ending's usually pretty good. This 747 is fantastic to fly, handles well. The systems work, and you'll notice at the end there we had a land free, which is an auto land. So again, it's like the 777, it's very advanced. yeah, what else can I say? I love you for being here, and I'll see you on the next one, so take care.